We're going to kick it back so you can hear it from the beginning.
Please stand and sing along. This is our in-gathering hymn.
Me, I feel no motion, standing on these mountains and plains. We speak today of renewal, not just of this planet, but of our commitment. We speak of what rises from the ashes of everything that once was. We speak of ourselves stretching upward towards some hopeful vision of what still can be. We speak of new beginnings, of honest reckonings. We speak of the humble and essential origin point of transformation. In the words of the poet Max Gerard that have been guiding us here at River Road over the course of this month, we speak of hope and where it starts. And then the most humble of plants, a moss. And then one morning, the first sound of an insect so dry you would think it's still mineral. And then, hope. Welcome to this place and this time where hope does not come without dedication, where new beginnings are not possible without rebirths right here within our hearts. Welcome, friends, to this time that offers so many opportunities. I'm going to begin us with a story and then offer some gratitudes. And of course, the opportunity to welcome you all, not only here to River Road Unitarian Universalist Congregation's own building, but to each other's company. Can we start with that? Just look around to the left of you, the right of you, behind you, look around. Here, are your ship's companions. Here are those kindred pilgrim souls who the song invites not to stay where you are, but to be pilgrims on this boat headed to somewhere new, because we know the only way for all of us to survive is to go together somewhere new. The story I want to share to begin this work today is from the sacred Hindu text, the Upanishads. It's a story about a young person. You know those young people that we tend to load all of our hope and faith in and say they're the ones that will change it all? Like the ones we're like, oh, Greta will change it all. Those ones. Well, this young boy, Svediketu was his name, and he, like all the young people today, feeling overburdened with all the questions of what one is to do, how one is to survive, what the core of it is to be oneself in a changing time. This boy, Svediketu, went to his teacher, who happened to be his father. And he said, "What am I, really? In the face of all these challenges, of everything you have told me, will confront me in this vast and terrifying world, what am I really, this person that you have put all your hope in?" Svediketu went to his father. He knelt with those words, "Dad, what am I, and what am I supposed to do with my life?" Now, I will tell you that my dad, Mark S. McDonald, would have said to me, "What are you supposed to do with your life? Get a job." But Svediketu's father said, "Son, that which is the finest essence, the whole world has that as itself. That is reality. That art thou, Svediketu, deeper than my dad. That art thou," he said, to which I have no doubt that young boy, just as young people today would do, looked at his father with a blank and uncomprehending look in his eyes. Seeing his son's confusion, the father opted for a more tangible illustration of his point. "See that fig tree over there?" he said. "Bring hither a fig." The boy returned, saying, "Here it is, Dad." "Cut it in half," said the father. "What do you see there?" "These very small seeds, sir." "Cut one of them in half." "It is divided, sir." "What do you see there?" asked the teacher. "Nothing at all, sir." Then he said to his son, "Verily, my dear, that finest essence which you do not perceive, verily, my dear, that finest essence, the beginning of the beginning from which a fig tree arises, the whole world has that as itself, a beginning so small you cannot perceive it, the tiny glimmer of what can yet be, that is reality, that art thou, Svediketu. You are the beginning of a beginning. You are the seed within the seed. Go and become whatever you will, but know that the potential for all things lies at the very heart of your being." That is a better answer than get a job. You are the very beginning of the beginning. The whole world has that as itself, the tender nothing from whence possibility arises. You can almost hear the old teacher say, that is the essence of every one of us. Whoever, wherever, however, that art thou, the indivisible stuff that is pure potential, the crucible of all things, the birth giver, the origin of a shoot, the seed within a seed. That art thou. Today we gather in the midst of a nation, of a culture, of an empire, of a history that has twisted and transformed our very being into agents of domination and dominion. The story that over and over we have been told is that our very core is not to be the beginning of a new beginning, but the consumer of everything that was once begun. Today, we are gathered to reset the narrative as best we can, to tell ourselves that we are not here to rule, to dominate, and to consume, but to humbly, quietly, until it is time to be loud, have the courage to be the seed within a seed. In order to act ethically, we must claim both our power and the very weighty responsibility of our potential. What we as human beings have before us is not the burden of inherent brokenness or the freedom of some inherent innocence, but the responsibility of inherent possibility. We are pure potentiality. In this way, we can and must be the change we talk about so often. Our spiritual work, as we are gathered in this time, is to find the commitment and renewal that allows us to convince ourselves there is actually a seed there, and that if we choose, we can help that seed blossom. That art thou, the seed within the seed, the beginning of a beginning. We have that as ourselves. There is a power in us we cannot harness and we cannot give away. There is a power that holds us and will not let us off the hook. And in that spirit, friends, we are gathered together. Now, this morning, before we start our clergy panel, I want to first offer some gratitudes. There are leaders in this room that have been laboring for months to bring this to us. Will all the people on the planning committee for this gathering please stand up? Or raise your hand, any kind of way that we can recognize you. It has been a long time since we Unitarian Universalists in this region called to this sacred work have gathered together in this way, and it was a vision that you all birthed. I want to particularly thank my colleague, Aileen Fitzke, who has worked so hard, and it's humbling. Do you want to stand or just wave at people? Thank you. And now I know it's a little daunting to imagine that we're going to have like 6 preachers up here and somehow do this in an hour, but we're going to do it. I want to invite forward my colleagues. I see CTC. Come on up. We've got chairs for you and microphones. So for this next hour, being as sort of disciplined as we can be, we're going to have a panel discussion that ranges a bit from spirituality to theology to just what it is we think we're supposed to do leaving a day like today. I'm so honored to have my colleagues here with me. We're going to introduce ourselves as we go along, and I'm going to do a little bit I keep saying I'm Oprah. I don't know. I keep saying I'm going to be like the panel herder of cats, and we'll see how it goes. Yes, the cats who will go wherever they want.
That is very you.
Yeah, very much. So as we get started, and we have just about an hour to be together and have this fairly wide-ranging conversation, I wanted to ask us each to introduce ourselves and to share one thing that gives you actual real-life hope so that we together can continue to pursue this work and this deep yearning that we have for climate justice. And everybody make sure your microphones are on. You can click them up. And we'll go, we don't all have to go in order, but for the introductions, let's go in order. CTC, you want to go first?
First, I have to take a picture of you all. Whenever I go to something like this, I end up with these pictures from the back of the room, the back of people's heads. So my communications guru in Arlington said, "Would you please take a picture of the I am the Reverend Carol Thomas Sissel. It's a lot of name, so people call me Rev CTC. I serve the congregation in Arlington, Virginia. I've been there since August of 2021. I have a very specific portfolio. I am the Minister of Social Justice and Community Development. My portfolio was chosen and we agreed to it with an idea in mind that social justice could be not better, but that somehow we could figure out how to make it more intersectional and how to do better work, possibly with fewer people as churching changes. I've been in ministry, this is my 11th year. I'm a second career minister, and being here in the DC area with this many colleagues and getting to see them the same time that I get to see members and see all of you all is amazing. I really do love being in this area. So that's me. David.
Hi, I'm Reverend David Miller. I'm the Senior Minister of the Unitarian Universalist Congregation in Fairfax. This is my first week back from my first sabbatical in 15 years of ministry. So I don't know if I'll be able to put a coherent thought together, but I'll give it my best shot. I'm also grateful to be here with all of you, especially since we are in partnership in lots of ways, and it's a pleasure to be here. So.
And what gives you hope, David?
Oh, I thought we were going to do that later. After
No,
introductions.
you're up.
Oh.
Do it, do it.
You go first.
Okay. I'm going to say what gives me hope. And
She sent the questions out, and I've been busy, so I haven't thought about it.
My hope's going to give David hope. So I'm Nancy McDonald Ladd. I serve here at River Road. I'm starting my 20th year of ministry, which is bananas. So truly, what gives me hope in terms of environmental ministry, climate justice, is these days technology. I truly believe that the big change is possible when technology and economics intersect to make the new ways of being together both possible and affordable, so that when flying in a way that does not endlessly burn fossil fuels is something that is available not only to the very, very rich, but across the cross sections of the economic realities of this world, then real change is possible. So I think technology is evolving in amazing ways, and it gives me hope. And now if our economics can meet it, real things are possible.
Thank you. I had a minute to think there. I can't remember his name. He was a founder of a garden store that had two names. He's an environmentalist and an activist. And one of the things that he's written that gives me hope, that I've held with me for a long time, is that he believes that there's something happening in the world that's not led by men specifically, and that it permeates the world of nonprofit work across the world like a circulatory connection that is rising up from grassroots, that is about this kind of global change that we need in what Nancy talked about earlier, the way we think of empire and domination. And so my hope is that I see it. I see people wanting to make a difference that doesn't have to be held by a certain group of often men, and it's rising up all across the world. So that gives me a lot of hope.
All right, Eileen, you're up.
Hi, I'm Reverend Aileen Fitzke, and I'm the minister at the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Sterling, Virginia. And what gives me hope is that even though we don't necessarily always see it, and it doesn't always make the news, I think people are working toward justice, environmental, racial justice, all sorts of justice, but we don't always see it. But I think it's there underneath it all, and the bad stuff we do see is a reaction to all these voices that are making a difference, even if they're invisible to us.
Thanks, Aileen. I'm the Reverend Charlotte Lehman. I serve Bull Run Unitarian Universalists in Manassas, Virginia, and I'm a second or more career minister. My original career was in geology, and when I followed my call to ministry, I changed the order in my life. Like in geology, when you describe a sedimentary rock, you talk about the least number of constituents in it first and the most last. So I used to be a spiritual geologist, And when I followed my call, I became a geologic spirit. And my relationship to these issues is a little more complicated than my colleagues, not only because of my own career, but because my father was a geologist, a consultant in mining and mineral exploration, and his business is still in existence, and we are still managing projects that he had started in his lifetime. So I approach things a little bit from a more complicated position. What gives me hope, actually, is all of you and the fact that a care and concern for our planet has been part and parcel of Unitarian Universalism from the get-go. We have always been wanting to make sure that we take care of our blue boat home. Thanks.
Geologic spirit, I love that. I'm Abhi Janamanchi. I'm serving Cedar Lane Unitarian Universalist Congregation, our neighbors to River Road. And I'm in my 10th year at Cedar Lane and completing 25 years in ministry. Never thought I'd survive this long. What gives me hope is when I look at the narratives of history and how a strictly rational person might think that there is no hope when looking at things like totalitarianism and slavery and apartheid, and then movements and leaders emerged with that sense of holding on to resilient hope over despair. Not because they believed necessarily in hope will come, but more because they believed in hope might come, and to be engaged in that. And when I see now indigenous people and communities of color and young people are forcing their way to the table and to the forefront and leading the way and teaching us along the way, that is giving me hope.
There's a great sermon that was preached a long time ago by our colleague Carl Scoville. He preached about what he called the great surmise. He said, I don't know that it is true, but I need to surmise this thing in order to live in the way that I need to live. And his great surmise was the great surmise that we are loved beyond measure. And he said, I don't know if it's true, but I want to be the kind of person who lives as if it is true. And I think it is similar. There is a great surmise that hope is possible, that hope can be in the ways in which we have the power to change the devastation that is coming our way. I don't know if I always believe it, but I want to be a person who lives as if it is true, who can cast that great surmise out into the universe and make choices that align me with that. And one thing that we wanted to start off, and we're going to talk more like history and theology a little bit later, but I want to talk about spiritual practices as we live them in our own lives and as we live them in our congregations. So one of the things you all are going to consider today, and that we are not like bossing you around about, is questions about what it would look like for congregations to make a deeper one-year commitment to more fully integrating climate into our collective spiritual lives. And there's a lot of different ways that deeper one-year commitment, like taking environmental justice and percolating it down throughout all of the layers of congregational life. So my question for us to think about, and we don't have to go all in order, we can just do this work as we're moved, is how does this work naturally weave itself into our individual spiritual practices and our collective spiritual practices as communities. How might doing that really change our work as ministers if, in fact, this kind of ministry is integrated into all that we do? I suspect, for instance, Aileen, this is already integrated into all that you do in ministry, and maybe you're the right one to start us off. It's not like a little slice on the side. It's deeply in the center.
So just a little background. I spent 17 years of my life living in an intentional community, an eco-village, in which sustainable living was the base of all that we did. And it was to form, and we were a place where people visited from all over the world. So I lived essentially for 17 years in an environmental fishbowl where what we were doing was watched by a lot of people. And we created alternatives like sharing and doing things together and living really lightly on the land and using resources quite wisely. So I came into ministry after having lived that life. And so I think for me, whether my congregation notices or not, I think all my sermons probably have something of that woven into them. And also the things that I think about with my congregation, the things, because I think faith communities are also intentional communities in which sustainable living is a real choice. Like all the things we did at Eco Village, we could do in congregations, sharing of resources, thinking of ways where we did, like one of the things that we did at Eco Village was we had a women's clothing exchange. Like a couple times a year, we'd all come together and bring our clothes that we don't want and exchange them. You know, and that way everybody gets new clothes and nobody has to buy clothes. And we also had a room which was called the reuse room where people could just bring stuff and people could just take stuff. And it's not hard to do. So even my philosophy of my theology and philosophy stems from the idea that everything in the world is interconnected. And I think all my sermons probably are about that, even though I don't necessarily mean for them to be about that. And so one of my spiritual practices is also walking every day and noticing everything around me, just a real sense of awareness, like what's growing, what's dropping seeds. You know, I have a real deep awareness of what's going on in the natural world around me all the time.
Anybody else on that question? Like the ways in which this work can pervade our personal and collective spiritual practices?
I would say that something I do personally that I often offer to other people is celebrating the wins.
Yes.
Right? So we usually have a tape running about all the things we don't do well. I was late for that appointment. I didn't remake my doctor's appointment. Oh, I missed his recital. Oh, well, I can't go on the family vacation because I have to work. Like whatever's running is negative and does not inspire joy. I really try hard to celebrate the wins. And a win can be as small as remembering to put your cup in the recycling bin, or as large as writing a $500 check and sending it to NPR. A win is a win. And you can't let them go by and not incorporate them somehow back into your everyday being unless you don't want to be joyful. And if we're not joyful just as people, we can't be joyful in this work. Right? I appreciate the applause, but it's like we have to celebrate the win. That's something I do. And what I want to tap onto is what you said. A win can be tiny. So if you take a walk and see something growing, and then the next day you take a walk and it's blossomed, that's a huge win. Like you got to be there when it happened. And you don't have to take a picture of it. Right?
Which is what I'm going to talk about, actually.
You know? Don't pull out your phone every time there's a win. My dad used to say there are Kodak moments, and he would do this. and he would take a mental picture. So take more mental pictures and fewer cell phone pictures. Stay in the moment, celebrate the wins.
Well, now what do I say? Because my life changed 6 years ago when I got a camera.
A real camera.
A real camera, not an iPhone. Because I remember, so when I was an intern, I was in a conversation with a bunch of ministers at a retreat. And they were talking about meditation. And I'm like, oh, I don't do that very well. I can't, spiritual practices. I was struggling with spiritual practice. And I felt if I didn't meditate, I was a crappy minister. That was really how it felt. And I struggled for years on how to maintain a spiritual practice. And then 6 years ago, I got a camera for Christmas. And there was an element, certainly, of my walking around, noticing, taking mental pictures. But when I had to be more intentional about taking a picture, I would look around, and I would see things of beauty that made me want to lift up beauty into the world. And I saw things that I would want to capture and share, not just for my own purposes, but to share this beauty into the world. And those who are in my congregation and who are Facebook friends of mine know that this is a prolific thing that I like to do. And I do it in part because I feel like beauty shared is an enormously important thing for us, because we don't always see the beauty around us, and we don't always utilize the sense of beauty to counteract the brokenness and the pain that we see in the world. And so as a spiritual practice, that's been really important to me, is to find time to take the things of beauty that I see in the world and try to share them, as well as experience them myself. And as it relates to this kind of work, so much of what I have taken is flowers and scenes in the world. But I will tell you the thing that I like to take pictures of the most, and it's bees. I find bees to be fascinating. I will not bore you with how I find bees to be fascinating. But just the simple act of capturing a bee in flight is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my whole life. And so that is how I am able to incorporate this sort of theological and spiritual aspect of my life in ways that I believe are interconnected with everyone.
And I want to kind of jump off from both celebrate the wins, please celebrate the wins, because we have to get some juice in our spirits to keep doing the work, and lift up the beauty and shift us a little bit to talk about almost the culture of climate justice and earth ministry within our congregations and the intersectionality thereof. So here's a real thing. There are times when people on our earth ministry committees or our eco justice committees, whatever it's called in our various congregations, I'm going to say things that are just true and hard to hear sometimes, that it's a lot of folks over 70 sitting there going, why are the young people not here? And part of the struggle with that is if the team is in a place of such pain and struggle that team cannot celebrate the wins nor acknowledge the beauty, that it is painful for new people to walk in there and sit in that pain without the moments of brightness. I also experience in some challenging ways, and I think many of us do, that there can be a culture of scarcity in our earth ministry communities, in our green teams, a culture of scarcity that sometimes is so desperate to hold on to resources. And by resources, I mean money, but not mostly. I mean mostly people power. I mean volunteers, committee chairs, committee members, that there can be times when that culture of scarcity is so strong that it can pit some of our justice ministries against others of our justice ministries. And most specifically, I think we as Unitarian Universalists struggle to not pit our earth ministries, our eco-justice ministries, against our anti-racist and multicultural ministries, as if they're in a contest when the reality is there is no contest, there is a mutual need to survive. So where I want us to shift, even though I know it's a little complicated, is into some reflection about that. How can we fight this culture of scarcity that sometimes takes root among us? How can we understand that the intersectional work of environmental justice and racial justice and other forms of justice are always inextricably interwoven, and fight the desperation to turn it into a contest?
I don't know if you're all going to follow me on how this relates to Nancy's question, and I can't answer the question directly, but my mother was born during the Great Depression, and so I grew up with an ethos of frugality in the home, and maybe more so than my siblings took that on. But the way I see it is that even though I'm careful about how much I'm using and I reuse things and so on and so forth, it's more about the value of what's in front of me and making sure not only that I don't waste things, but that I appreciate what I have. And perhaps part of what we end up not doing by so closely guarding all of our resources, regardless of which resources they are, is not actually valuing what we have.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a really good point, and related to that, celebrating the wins.
I would just tag that by saying, I think the idea that there's internal competition in our congregations is absolutely real, because there are limited resources. But that doesn't have to be negative competition. If you can figure out a way for the youth group to work with the environmental group, that's a win. So then you're not competing against each other for the big room on Saturday morning to do whatever this thing is you want to do. If you can exploit the intersectionality of ideas and of different social justice ministries, competition can be beautiful. But you have to figure out a way to do it together, not against each other. And we all know there's only so much of so much. So let's figure out how to share it.
Have any of you found some interesting ways to overlap other justice commitments with eco-justice commitments in your own congregations? Or even, I mean, this is a great example of religious education youth ministry being not some other ministry cordoned off, but a interwoven connection.
So there is that sense of scarcity that is driven by internal anxiety that I have encountered, and I see that in myself. And sometimes, coming up with some kind of an artificial hierarchy of what is more important, and balancing that with also our well-intentioned tendency. As Unitarian Universalists, we tend to believe in no cause left behind.
Yes.
There's that as well, that sometimes that gets into this internal competition of needing to put some energy more into one aspect over the other. One of the things I've come to realize and really appreciate about our tradition, the Unitarian Universalist tradition, is the deep spiritual truth of our interconnectedness. It's not just an ethical principle outlined in our principles and purposes, it is actually a deep spiritual principle that enlivens and guides us in all that we are and all that we do. And connected to that is our interdependence. And how might we embody that in our work, recognizing that not just all life is interconnected, justice is interconnected. And the intersectionality, which is actually a well-researched, well-thought-out framework that was created by Kimberly Crenshaw that you may be aware of, and has been applied in environmental justice in recent years. There's actually a term called intersectional environmentalism. That was a term coined by Leah Thomas, who's a young black environmentalist who has really brought together a holistic way of not just looking at, but applying a different way of thinking. That also, we see centered in the work of the Poor People's Campaign. Bishop William Barber talks about the interlocking injustices of poverty, racism, militarism, environmental degradation, and the distorted moral discourse of religious nationalism. It is again, Nancy lifted up the whole issue of empire and how that has impacted colonialism. It is a willingness to witness the whole. That beautiful story that she shared about Shvetaketu in the Upanishads, and his father reminding him of Tattvam Asi, which is that art thou, was not just about the fact that we are the divine is in us, we are part of everything, we are everything, not in an egotistical way, but more in helping us recognize that what exists in us exists in all, and being able to see it, seeing what David and Carol spoke about so beautifully, about being witness to it fully, gives us the grounding and the connection and that sense of commitment that might just lead us more deeply into this work. And to me, I'm being abstract here. I wish I could give you some really good pointers, but it's again returning to the inner work, to do that more intentionally, with joy. I think the world needs more joyful practitioners of this work.
Yeah.
It's a bit tiring to encounter angry peace warriors. We know some in our lives, we love them, and we ourselves sometimes end up being that way. But it's instilling joy in a way that allows us to recognize that we don't know everything, we're not even leading everything, and we're going to learn and muddle through this with one another. And to me, that is intersectional work.
I just want to share this saying, joy is a radical act of resistance. And people don't understand it, but it's true. We have to be joyful. And one of the other things about scarcity of resources and time is that we think there's a deadline, that we have to hurry up and change the world. But I don't think so. I think we need to slow down to change the world, to really just stop and reflect and think about, like we think, oh, I'm running out of time. No, if we just slow down, if we just stop sometimes. And I know as horrible as it was, the pandemic was that moment where we could just stop. And it was this kind of spiritual liminal space where we could rethink everything we do and how we do it. And in fact, like in 2018, I was writing my final project in divinity school, which was a series of sermons called Climate Change and Hope. And this voice came to me as I was writing the final sermon. It was a series of sermons, and the voice said, stop. You're on this treadmill to disaster, and what we need to do is just stop the world. And that was in 2018, and then the pandemic happened, and I said, oh, that's how you stop the world. Because I couldn't think of how we were going to stop the world. And I think that moment of actually slowing down and reflecting and rethinking everything about how we are in the world, I think that's a moment to say, yeah, let's stop, reflect, slow down, because that's how we're going to change the world.
And I think part of the thing is like, can we emerge from that moment actually changed?
Yeah.
Can that imposed stoppage, in fact, shift our culture of how we're going to do this work together? David, I interrupted you. Carry on.
No. You know, I hear and understand the sense of panic. I get it. I hear and understand the phrase, oh, if we don't worry about this, nothing else is going to matter. I've heard all those things. And yet, there's an intentionality of balance between service, alleviating suffering, and going upriver and meeting things at the root cause. Going upriver and meeting things at the root cause takes more time, is more complicated, and is what will change the world forever. The panic leads us to rightfully, I believe, try to alleviate the suffering of the world, of each other, in ways that at times is absolutely necessary. And yet, that doesn't go upriver. And so that sense of, oh my God, I have to do something right now. Oh my God, the congregation has to do something right now. Oh my God, if we don't do something right now, the world is going to fall apart. Part of that is, how do we look inside and manage that panic and that anxiety in ways that allow us to do work that makes more of a lasting change or alleviates the suffering, but does it in an intentional way?
Nancy, I know you want to move on, but I want to add something to this, and that is that in the sense that David was talking about going upriver to the root cause, what really needs to happen is not corrective action. We need to start over. We need to start anew. We need to build from the ground up, and that means that we need to think outside of the box that we're in.
And outside of the frameworks for how we do this work and what counts as doing the work adequately in our congregations. So I want to save most of our time to just like dig into the tradition, Unitarian Universalism, theology and history. What does it have to say for us? And I think Abi already started us down that path beautifully. But there is one thing that is not fully a question. It's like a half-formed intuition that I want to name into this space and see what kind of reactions arise for you. And it has to do with Unitarian Universalists as partners with communities, including frontline communities. And some of us embody and are from and are living what it is to be on the front line, primarily impacted communities of climate injustice. Anywho, but the question, the intuition is about Unitarian Universalists, especially Unitarian Universalists who carry a variety of overlapping privileged identities, as partners in this work of climate justice with frontline communities that are often primarily or predominantly communities of color. a thing that I am carrying around in my heart is that when predominantly white or predominantly overlapping privileged Unitarian Universalists show up in those spaces to partner with frontline communities, there can be a pervasive sort of white saviorism that shows up as, I just want to help. Let me tell you how I, a person with a variety of privileged identities, am going to show up to help you. The phrase that is bouncing around in my head, we've heard for years about how people with varieties of privilege should leverage that privilege, and I include me, should leverage our privilege so that we can all survive. I am increasingly thinking about what it would take for people with a variety of privileged identities, including me, to allow frontline communities to leverage our privilege for us in ways that those frontline communities define and not ways that we define ourselves. So I guess the big old hairy question really is, what wisdom do you think we have as clergy for us as Unitarian Universalists to engage with partner organizations and communities in a way that does not lead with white saviorism?
Listen.
Can I ask a question, though? And I don't know if you can elaborate or not. What would it look like for those communities to leverage our privilege?
I think it would be strategies that, so Aileen just said the word listen. I think it has a lot to do with, can predominantly, often white Unitarian Universalists show up with willingness, privilege, capacity, a desire to do work, but no expectation that we are going to set the strategy? Can we do that? And if we can do that, what's that going to take of us?
So I don't know if this really points to anything. I just was remembering an experience we had when we were in India a few months ago with a group of Unitarian Universalists from Cedar Lane, River Road, and Rockville. And one of the places we visited was Chennai, and part of it was going through a toxic tour of northern Chennai. That's what it's called. It's a tour of the northern part of Chennai, which is economically less developed than other parts of Chennai, and is a site of very deep environmental degradation caused by predominantly a thermal power plant that continues to operate, and also the port that has been operating for many years over there as well. The tour was led by two young people, both professionals who volunteered their time to be part of this environmental action group that has taken on both the corporate sector that was engaged in a lot of these activities, as well as the government, to put them on notice for some of the things they have done, including building a housing development for 50,000 people who were to be forcibly relocated from a couple of slums in Chennai to this housing development, which was right next door to the thermal power plant, and a housing development that was funded by the World Bank. And what they were sharing was their efforts in how they took on and actually got the High Court to put a stay on the whole project, as well as to call for an environmental review of what all of this has caused in the region, including the very high cancer rates that people have been showing in their lives. Very similar to Cancer Alley, here in Louisiana and other parts of Arkansas and such. One of the things the young people were talking to me afterward, I was trying to find out how we can support this work. And one of them just said to me, "You live in the US. Get the World Bank to pay more attention to how these things impact the lives of frontline communities. You live lives of privilege. You may even have members who work for the World Bank, which incidentally we do.
We do.
Figure out ways in which you can leverage your privilege, not tell us how we should be doing this work, because you have more expertise, or somehow you know how to do this better. Maybe you do, but we're doing it in this way, our way. Let us do this work. Find a way to partner with us to actually leverage your privilege, which you seem to have a lot of, to actually have some impact with the system.
Yes, right?
Yes.
So that while for some of us with overlapping experiences of privilege, you can't just take it off. It's not a hat that you wear or then don't wear. But also, perhaps it is a tool that with trust and relationship and humility can be actively wielded in the hands of those who have the most at stake. Anything else on that? Like, I just feel like it's a whole thing.
Here's
Yes.
something controversial. In 1961, when we consolidated Unitarian and Universalism, the Unitarian side of our heritage was dominant. The Unitarian side of our heritage comes from an academic perspective from the Boston area, Harvard Divinity School. Well, it wasn't called that at the time, but you know, kind of a intellectualized exercise in many ways that has dominated the definition of Unitarian Universalism since 1961.
Head, not heart.
Head, not.
Head,
not
heart.
Right.
The learned tradition.
The learned
Learned
tradition.
tradition.
Where
Right.
the ministers are always
Head,
supposed to be the smartest
heart.
person in the room, which, like, I'm not.
I'm not.
I'm not. I'm not even the smartest person up here. So the universalist perspective that talks about the love of the divine for all of us, that was about experience in the community and together, and individual experience as well, and the way that the responsibility of the communal communal responsibility to love, practiced out loud, so to speak, was very much a part of the universalist perspective that at times has been overshadowed by Unitarianism. I believe that we are shifting in many ways, and I believe that this is a good thing, towards the universalist heritage. That
The
we
learning
have.
tradition.
The
learning tradition.
The learning
So,
tradition.
as opposed to a learned tradition, like
Yes.
we know stuff, we're going to share it. It's a learning tradition.
Yes.
We are growing and forming in the relationships that we have and in the ways in which, if I were to steal the advertising campaign of another denomination, God is still speaking. God speaketh, not
comma.
spoke. Carry on.
No, this is great because this is something that we all are struggling with in this generational shift between how Unitarian Universalism was interpreted and designed in those days to where we need to go to meet the challenges of our future, not of our past. And so of what we speak up here, of what has been spoken, is part of our tradition, but not necessarily part of our tradition that has been at the forefront. And I think it needs to be there. That's all I'm saying.
So last week, somebody shared a joy about being in, having come into our community and referred to it as Universalist Unitarian. And oh my heart, oh my heart. And David, I'm going to suggest something controversial here. Maybe the next thing that we need to get into is flipping the name.
Oh!
Universalist Unitarian.
That's Article 12. What is that? I don't know.
29. I'm going to add this before you change the subject. There's something that we need to do that has to do with being proximate to our neighbors and to the communities we actually exist in. And I'll just give you a really short story. Last fall, my congregation got very excited and very on board with a little free pantry. So we were just like, this is amazing. All you have to do is bring in the food, put it in the baskets in the foyer. The youth will take the food and put it into the pantry. People come and get it. Nobody came. Because we didn't go tell them it was there. So we just thought we would do what UUs do, is we would research it, we would get a list of what should go in it, we would put a sign up saying we have free food, and people would just show up and take the free food. Doesn't work that way. Now, so a couple months go by, and a few people are using it, but what happened is one day when filling it, me and another person on staff, a woman came up to use the pantry. And we stepped away and we watched her and we heard her grumbling about what was in our pantry. What am I supposed to do with almond butter?
Fair, fair.
And I said out loud, oh, it's non-perishable. We're supposed to put, she said, my children don't eat.
Yep.
They don't eat almond butter. And she had this list of things in her mind that should be in there. And one of them was cumin. Do you know where your church is? We use spices. It had never occurred to us to somehow ask the people in the community what they would like in their free pantry. Since that experience, we've changed some of the things that are in it. It's caught on, and we now see people bringing backpacks and emptying the pantry. And what we're learning is that it's okay if it's empty for a little while.
Wow.
And then we go back and fill it. Because we don't have to immediately feel the need. But the idea is that they know it's there. And there will be food in it. But it has to be the food that they want. So we did the head, but did not build a relationship and do the heart to actually make it successful. I think that's the piece that partially has to do with race, that partially has to do with class, that absolutely has to do with being one of the U's and not the other, is we don't think relationship first or partnership first.
I feel like this is like Little Free Food Pantry, a parable from Carol Thomas Sissel, right? Because it's a microcosm of a macro issue.
Yes.
To say, well, everybody wants almond butter or whatever, to make a spreadsheet about it, right? If indeed, in a variety of ways, we're showing up in partnerships already with the strategy set or the spreadsheet made or the assumption of what our partners need, we're pulling a little free food pantry. Like we're living that out. We got the answer. It's an assumption that speaks from privilege that we have the answer. Notably, before I will move on, our little free food pantry keeps getting taken over by books. How Unitarian Universalist is that? It's like they creep. And then when it is actually filled, do you know what? So there's a high school right up there. And the high school kids are walking to the bus stop or to home, and they want some fruit snacks and some granola bars. And for a while, our people are like, but the food pantry is just going to all these high school kids. They're not really hungry. I'm like, they're hungry enough. Put the fruit snacks in the food pantry, you know? So who is it that we're serving? How are we where we are? And I want to take us in some ways to our home base, my people. And you've already, I think, David, you did a wonderful job already getting us there, which is, what does our Unitarian Universalist identity and theology and history have within it as fuel for our work in environmental justice? Sometimes I say, to remind myself, River Road UU congregation does not need me to get up here and give a TED talk about global warming and climate change. Like, they actually don't. There are smarter people, some of you, I am looking at you right now in this room, who know more about some subject matter thing that you could come up and give a lecture about and do a better job of it than me. So River Road does not need me to give a TED Talk on environmental justice. It needs me to preach a sermon, which means that that sermon has to, in some way, be grounded in our tradition, in theology, in sacred texts, in spirituality. Where's the fuel, theologically, and in our tradition for this work, in as much as we can say it in like 10 minutes.
Well, Universalism, as it evolved to look not towards a life in the hereafter, but to our time here on earth, and to make heaven here on earth through how we live. And to me, that's a really core reason why we have, as I said earlier, always had the care and stewardship of the earth as a deep core part of our theology.
To, as they say, love the hell out of the world. Love the hell right out of it. The ways in which that empire of dominion has asserted itself to love so much, grounded in our universalist heritage, that we pull it right out from the roots. Anyway, all right, y'all, what else we got?
And I think David touched on it a little bit, that we're a living tradition, and that we have the ability to critique our past and ask ourselves how perhaps we haven't been, the times when we haven't sided with love in the best way that we could have. And yet, we have within our tradition the critique of ourselves. Like, we're not, oh, this is set in stone, it was written 2,000 years ago, and so that's the way it is. We're a living tradition. We could critique ourselves over and over and over again, and say, this is how we can make it better. These things need to be, this needs to be changed. But Article 2, all right, I want to, but inherent in our tradition is the impetus to change, evolve into perhaps something both the same and different.
We've always been radical reformers. Let's just keep being radical reformers.
I think, while our history certainly points to being radical reformers, we can also be reasonable reformers. Because underlying that aspect, Aileen, is a recognition that we don't have the copyright on truth.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly, yes.
And in that sense, we are grounded in not practicing spiritual exceptionalism, which points us to being more humble about needing to learn, to continually learn, to evolve, to grow, to change, not be entrenched in something, somehow thinking that this is the truth as it has been practiced and handed down to us from generations, and therefore we will continue to worship at the altar of this idolatrous truth. And that is, to me, that's what brought me into this faith. Because I'm very happy, comfortable as a Hindu. I don't need Unitarian Universalism to save my life. I'm already saved. For multiple lives, actually. What Unitarian Universalism helps me, challenges me, is to live into my Hindu values more fully. Because it forces me to pay attention, to recognize the work I have to do continually. And to me, that is such a powerful spiritual principle that can continue to guide and inform us, especially in this work.
Amen.
I would add that we need to live what we say. So we love to say all are welcome. It's everywhere. You can go in any one of our sanctuaries, any one of our fellowships, any one of our societies. There's some piece of paper, there's something on the wall that says all are welcome here. If it is not true, take that damn sign down. Seriously. Because what happens is people who are not you yet, who are not, for lack of a better word, indoctrinated and part of your communities, they show up thinking they're actually welcome. And then we don't treat them in a welcoming way, so they don't come back. If the welcome table is indeed for everybody, then you have to do all the little things that make people feel welcome. You have to play music that other people like. You have to not hand them a yellow mug so they stand out at coffee hour, but instead have people who are actually looking for new faces and introduce themselves. I mean, I'm not going to preach to the choir because most of you all know what you need to do on a Sunday or at an event, but we haven't taught all of our congregations to really be welcoming and to mean what we say. And that is one thing as a person of color that I hear lots of times from people of color who are visitors, is I thought you wanted me there. You don't act like you do.
And our committees, our leadership spaces, the boardrooms, right?
Yeah.
So that what we do it doesn't just happen like it doesn't mostly happen from the pulpit or out of the chancel. It mostly happens in our interactions, not even just on Sunday morning, but all week long. We are coming to the end of our time. But what I mostly want to express is just abundant gratitude for you, my colleagues. I think we made ourselves a little vulnerable at times, and we put out both answers that we have firm convictions about and answers that we are still formulating together. And I'm just very, very grateful for all of you. Thank you. All right, and you can tell that Walter is in charge because he has that hat. So I turn it back to you, friend.
Love this hat. Okay, so we're going to have a break now. There are restrooms right across here, but also if you go down either of the stairways, there are more restrooms. I've been told to remind you, on the back wall, there are 6 posters which deal with 6 areas of potential action, either that congregations have already embarked on or may want to. Please visit those during the breaks during the day and put your notes on them. Okay, so we will have our break. We will meet back here at 11:30.
one each. If they could share with anybody who didn't get one when they came in, that would be great. This is the agenda, and this is when they're going to need to, they may want to be looking at this.
Okay.
Okay. So the next part is by yeah, so you're going to save your slides. You're going to show, but the main thing is for you to
Hello, everybody. It's time to get back to work. You're having far too much fun. Yes, we're going to do that part of this session. Okay, hello everyone. We're going to get started for the next session here. This session, we're going to have brief presentations over the next 45 minutes with 6 short presentations. These represent the best ideas from our organizing committee of actions that UU congregations can take I did already. Didn't you hear it? If I put it up here, does it come? Yeah. That's so much fun. All right. We are about to start the next session here. This is a 45-minute session before lunch. We're going to hear 6 short presentations, about 6 or 7 minutes each. These represent the best ideas of our organizing committee on actions that UU congregations can take, either individually or as a group, which are immediate, impactful, and in line with our UU principles. Before we go to lunch, on the way to lunch, we'll ask you to indicate which of these 6 action areas are your personal preference. When you came in, you received some colored pieces of paper, and there are going to be 6 different boxes which you can choose. We'll talk a little bit more about that on the end as we break for lunch. Also, I've been told to tell you that we have this agenda. There are not enough to go around because we had such a magnificent turnout today. So if you are a couple or with somebody and you could share, make sure that everybody has a way to look at these. They have information about the 6 actions on them for reference. Okay, so we are going to be starting here. We have slides. Why don't we get the first slide up? And then we will have the first speaker. And okay, so please.
So the first strategy is the strategy of spirituality in our congregations. Commit to a one-year climate spirituality focus. But I'll do a brief introduction. The theologian Norman Wurzba asks us, when contemplating our place in the world as it relates to climate justice, he asks three things. Where are we? Who are we? And then how then shall we live? And what do we hold sacred? Are we a world that is simply a large website of products interconnected by mines, factories, distribution centers, transportation lines, devoted to commodifying, destroying, and exploiting humans, other creatures, and places? And are we simply, as humans, consumers of these things? And he asks, which I thought is an interesting question as AI has become so popular what sort of civilization commits itself to the invention of a time in which people themselves and the work they do are deemed either deficient, unnecessary, or irrelevant? In other words, we have become so disconnected from our own embodied reality as human beings that we are also failing to see the embodied reality of the more than human world. And so we ask, who are we? Are we simply consumers, or are we humans, unique manifestations who partner with the rest of the natural world and are inextricably linked in the web of life that we should be not destructive but generative? We ask, what in this world do we hold sacred? And Paul Hawkins, in his book Regeneration, has us ask these questions about what our actions in the world do. Do our actions create more life or reduce them? Do our actions heal the future or steal the future? Do we enhance human well-being or diminish it? Do we prevent disease or do we profit from it? Do we create livelihoods or eliminate them? Do we restore land or degrade it? Do we increase global warming or decrease it? Do we serve human needs or manufacture human wants? Do we reduce poverty or expand it? Do we promote fundamental human rights or deny them? Do we provide workers with dignity or demean them? In other words, are we humans who are extractive or are we regenerative? And so our slide on spirituality enables us to think of ways. Next slide, please. Think of ways in our congregations to inhabit our spirituality, our ethics around who we are and where we are on this planet. And so some of the ways we came up with were in our church, in our congregational life, we could incorporate sermons. We can incorporate structures like Interfaith Power and Light has wonderful curriculum for how we incorporate environmental issues into our services. Do we talk about in our services, in our sermons, about environmental justice and climate justice? And also, how do we ritualize what we do? Like, if we hold something sacred, what becomes mournable and grievable? Like, do we just mourn humanity, or do we mourn all those plants, animals, languages, and cultures that have become extinct over the last few years? And how do we create rituals and stuff so that we remind ourselves that humans are connected to all that is? And use our normal rituals like flower communion and water communion to remind ourselves our relationships to the larger planet. And then for children's religious education, how do we incorporate the interconnectedness of all we are and all we do into our children? How do we help them understand all the plants, creatures, the earth, the land that's around them, that's native to them, that they should understand? And then for adults, just the question, how do we explore the question, how then shall we live in ways that we look at different ways to be more sustainable, to live in more justly in the world. And for example, carbon footprint, and even creating spaces where children can really touch the earth, like gardens and sacred spaces outside. And then how can we work with each other collaboratively within and among our different communities? UUA Wellspring has a curriculum just that explores, for example, braiding sweetgrass, Robin Wall Kimmerer's book, that we could do not just within our own congregations, but among all our congregations. We have Zoom now, we can do this. And study the who lived at the land acknowledgement, find out who lived and worked in this place before the indigenous communities who lived here. And so just finally, how do we incorporate climate justice into the whole of our work in congregations? And these are just some of those ideas. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Here we go, Loretta.
Hi, I'm Loretta Rowe. I'm co-leader of Act for Climate. Oh, sorry. Yes, Eric reminded me and I forgot. I'm Loretta Rowe and I'm a co-leader of Act for Climate Today, the green group at the UU Congregation of Fairfax. And our proposal is that we all work together to inspire our congregations to adopt default plant-based food policies. I'd like to start with the whys, which most of you know, and which include the intersection of climate, social justice, and spiritual concerns, as we've talked about earlier today. So environmentally, the disparity between the impact of animal-based foods and plant-based foods is breathtaking. 18 to 51% or more of greenhouse gases come from animal agriculture. 70% of farmland is used for animals and their food, producing only 18% of the calories for humans. Animal agriculture drives deforestation and biodiversity loss. It uses disproportionate amounts of water, and the waste pollutes the air, water, and soil. Then there are the social justice issues, beginning with environmental racism. Concentrated animal feeding operations with thousands of animals, their smells, wastes, and sound tend to be located in the backyards of marginalized, mostly BIPOC and low economic communities, causing serious mental health issues and degrading residents' quality of life. Then there is global health. Antibiotics used for animals promote resistant pathogens. The hormones are affecting our endocrine systems. Also, there is increased risk of zoonotic diseases. Food that could feed people instead feeds billions of land and aquatic animals, contributing to world hunger and starvation. And there is no time now to address the rampant inequities in the farm subsidies. So let's look at our UU spiritual principles and values. Our seventh principle, we covenant to have respect for the interdependent web of all existence of which we are a part. In the language of the second article study proposes we covenant to cherish earth and all beings by creating and nurturing relationships of care and respect. Seems pretty clear that the practices and impact of animal agriculture are antithetical to these values. So why now? We know, and the most recent IPCC report confirms that for climate, time is running out, and what we do now or don't do now is critical. Secular organizations are already leading the way. In 2021, Volkswagen adopted a mostly plant-based food menu at their German headquarters, Hayek Hospital in Lebanon is totally vegan, plant-based, and New York City hospitals serve plant-based meals as the primary dinner option for inpatients. 21 cities worldwide have signed the Plant-Based Treaty, a grassroots campaign to put food systems at the forefront of combating the climate crisis. Then River Road, our host here, has shown us that it can be done, as they adopted a default plant-based food policy as part of their Green Sanctuary recertification. It's a simple way to have major impact immediately and beyond our congregations. No legislation is required, no funding is needed, and it's a way to vote with our dollars that would affect the root cause of so much injustice, the upstream that Reverend David was talking about. So what are the possible objections? We have no right to dictate food choices to our members. We agree. We respect everyone's rights to make their own food choices, as we do with all choices. We don't attempt to prohibit members from smoking, and we don't hand out cigarettes from the sanctuary. And we do ban smoking from our buildings. A default plant-based food policy would not ban animals or animal products. It would dramatically reduce the presence of animal products at congregational events and would significantly reduce UU funds being used to support factory farming. People need to eat animals and animal products. Fortunately, that's not true. The British and American Dietetic Associations both say that well-planned vegan diets can support healthy living in people of all ages. If some individuals do need to eat animal products for their health, it's most likely they don't need it at every single meal. It's our culture. We can't change our culture. But isn't changing our culture UU stock and trade? Aren't we radical reformers, as Reverend Abi said earlier? Aren't we, or no, someone else, but anyway, aren't we striving to transform the dominant cultures of white supremacy, racism, homophobia, consumerism, and so much more? Plant-based foods are not popular. People won't eat them if they're served. We always have those plant-based sausages left over. That's true. When given a choice, people will choose the familiar. When plant-based foods are the default served, more people do eat them. Look at how people are eating the food today. And by having plant-based foods as the default, more people will be able to experience firsthand how good these foods are, and as they become more familiar with them, will be more likely to choose them in the future. Many people are seeking to add more plant-based foods to their diets, but don't know how, and this will help them and encourage them to try some of them at home. There are third world countries and indigenous communities that rely on animals for their survival. True, and we are focusing on mainland USA where there is not a need for factory farming. We would deprive people of their traditional foods. Most, if not all, animal-based traditional or favorite foods can be made with plant-based foods by using the same flavor profile and spices and simply substituting a different protein source, such as nuts or legumes. So given what we know about agriculture's impact on planet, people, and all beings, the real question is, how can we justify purchasing and serving animal products at UU events? We don't think we can. As we think our food policies, as Reverend Nancy said, should reset the narrative and be the seed within the seed, reflecting our values of stopping the climate and biodiversity emergencies while cherishing Earth and all beings. So please join us in this project and promote default plant-based food policies in your congregations. And when we succeed, here is what the next UU auction dinner might look like. So, thank you.
Thank you, Loretta. Can we have the next slide, please? Okay, Phil, is this you? Please come up.
Good morning, everybody. They can hear me then. So I'm Phil Webster. I'm from Columbia, Maryland, and I'm here to talk to you about... right into the microphone. I can't see my notes then. So I'm Phil Webster from Columbia, and I'm here to talk to you about Strategy L, commitment to lobby and advocate for state and local governments to commit adequate resources to meet relevant climate and clean energy goals. This strategy is asking each of you to bring to your congregation the suggestion of committing to a focused and coordinated lobbying effort of your local jurisdiction to commit adequate staff and funding to meet whatever the relevant climate and energy goals in your area are. Solving the climate crisis will require drastic action at all levels, local, state, national, and international. In many ways, local action is the testing ground for new ideas and approaches. It is clear that local governments across the U.S. are leading the way in climate and environmental justice. Examples abound in New York, California, Massachusetts. Montgomery County, where we are today, is a very fine example. Those of us in Howard County are pushing our county to follow the examples set here. Local governments have jurisdiction over building codes, permitting and inspections, waste management, water resources, parks, public lands, housing development, allocation of gardening spots, and a myriad of other responsibilities. Local governments own, operate, and manage buildings, schools, local colleges, cars, buses, light and heavy-duty vehicles, snowplows, fire engines. All of these things have contributed to the climate crisis and are, hence, part of the solution. Every congregation that's represented here today is in a different jurisdiction, and these jurisdictions may have very different plans in place for dealing with the climate crisis. A recent World Resource Institute publication outlined 5 reasons for local action to mitigate climate and for climate mitigation and resilience. First, they're more effective and context-specific programs. Effective solutions should manage the uncertainties of climate risk in ways that are tailored to the local locations. There is no universal fix. Higher social, environmental, and economic returns. The benefits of local action outweigh the estimated cost. Avoiding loss and damage from climate stressors saves money, unlocking economic and social potential. You have more equitable results. Programs that account for regional inequalities can avoid excluding or discriminating against marginalized groups. 4, you get more holistic approaches. Local solutions are more likely to be effective because communities approach these problems holistically. They experience complex relationships between the various measures and other developmental priorities like poverty alleviation. And you amplify local knowledge. Local knowledge is a vast and underutilized resource that is more accessible and relevant to programs designed for a specific place. So these are some of the reasons why local action is a very powerful thing to do. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about some suggestions of how to do that. And these are just suggestions which need to be applied broadly to the local community and the local jurisdiction that you're in. So any effective advocacy needs 3 essential components. You have to organize within your congregation. You need to determine, and you need to have a method to determine how and what you're going to advocate for, and then you need to take the appropriate response. So we've included a list in order of increasing complexity in the packets that have been distributed to you. We encourage each congregation to go down the list until they get to an item they have not done yet and do it. Okay? And I'll briefly discuss each of these 3 components. Organization within the congregation. At its simplest, this can be accomplished by just a couple of people to start the conversation about advocacy and encourage members to develop relationships with their legislators. And that's a critical thing, that relationship. This should include a list with each congregant and who their legislator is and contact information. And this would allow a specific legislator to be quickly contacted by a constituent, somebody that they actually listen to, on any particular issue. And that is critically important to do this. At the other end of the spectrum would be the formation of a green team with a mandate from the board allowing them to represent the congregation on petitions and submit testimony for various pieces of legislation. Affiliation with the UU Ministry for Earth or the UUs for Social Justice would be a logical next step in there. The second thing is to determine or have a method to determine which issue or issues you should tackle. Interested congregants should inform themselves on issues and discuss actions that would advance climate mitigation or adaptation in their area. Some of the best sources of information come from very large mainline climate and environmental organizations like the Sierra Club, Chesapeake Climate Action Network, CCAN, League of Women Voters. Congregants should get onto their, I'll get to you, you're in the next paragraph. Congregants should get on the email list. It's an incredibly rich source of information. Congregants should also seek out and join in coalition with local climate action groups, including faith-based, things like Interfaith Power and Light. There you go. And other frontline organizations like CASA, over here, there, and the NAACP. Seek out your local Office of Sustainability. They may actually appreciate your support. Is there a local climate action plan in your county or jurisdiction? If not, figure out how you can affect one being created and find out how to influence its adoption or implementation. And finally, taking action as appropriate. Armed with an organized UU congregation, knowledge of local issues, it is now time to start taking action. So what can you do in your local environment? You can start attending local government meetings where climate-relevant issues are being discussed and voted on. Give testimony as an individual or representing your congregation. Sign petitions as an individual or as a congregation. Contact your legislator via the phone, email, or in person, asking for what you want. Express your desired outcome. Encourage your friends and family to do the same. Write a letter to the local newspaper. Support coalition members during their testimony. Sign on if they invite you to do so. If you can sign on as your congregation, even better. The more legislators hear from you, the more likely they are to listen. You have one thing that lobbyists do not have. You have a vote. And these people do respond to citizens and constituents that reach out to them. So this sounds kind of simple, but it is not easy. We do have a climate to mend. There's a lot of work to be done. And finally, have fun. Public service is hard, but be ready for the long haul and take care of yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Could we have the next slide, please? Here we go. Scott, thank you.
Hi. I was told that if I run beyond my speaking time that someone's going to come up and give me a Unitarian hug, so I'm looking forward to that. My name is Scott Peterson, and I began as a Unitarian at the Santa Monica Church in California, and have been a member of UUCF, the Fairfax Church, since 1995. I'm also a co-founder of Faith Alliance for Climate Solutions, an organization that works with people of faith and non-faith at the local level. We have, we operate mostly in Northern Virginia and beyond, including a chapter right here in Montgomery County. So in 2021, 2 years ago, there was a survey of young people's attitudes about climate change that was published in the British medical journal, The Lancet. And it surveyed 10,000 young people in 10 countries, including the United States. And what they found was that 59% of young people were very or extremely worried about their future as adults unless the climate change monster was turned around. More than 45% said their feelings about climate change affected their daily living and functioning. So when you hear about young people and there's a crisis, mental health crisis among young people, what's talked about usually is like social media and guns and the pandemic. What's not mentioned is the climate crisis. So I want to introduce a new concept for you to consider, and that is called intergenerational justice, because that's really what we're talking about. Many of us, including me, won't be around for the worst elements of what's going to happen unless things turn around. But your children, your grandchildren, your nieces and your nephews, the young people in your lives will be. So we're talking about intergenerational justice. The young people in our lives deserve it. So I'm going to talk about specifically what we can do in our UU congregations to do our part. And so, you know, we've talked about how the goal is 50% reduction over a 2005 baseline to reduce greenhouse gas pollution, carbon pollution, by 2030. So we're 25% of the way there. That's the good news. The easy stuff has been done, and this chart comes from the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments that do an annual greenhouse gas survey. So they're monitoring this all the time. So the Paris Pledge was developed by Interfaith Power and Light, and it calls for congregations to cut their greenhouse gas pollution or emissions by 50% by 2030. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to focus on regional, we're going to focus on carbon emissions that come from our buildings, and that includes heating systems, cooling systems. Do we have natural gas in our kitchens? And how we're going to eliminate that, and also transportation. Now, as a side note, our brethrens in Maryland are way ahead of those of us in Virginia. And just as an aside, a couple of years ago, FACTS tried to work with members of the Virginia legislature to up our energy efficiency standards in our state, and we said naively, let Virginia be like Maryland. And the legislatures, most of them from downstate, and the people from the building and community housing department, you would have thought that we were asking them to ally with communist China. So that got nowhere, and Virginia still has some of the poorest energy efficiency standards in the Mid-Atlantic region. We're still working on that. But let's focus on what we can do in our congregations. We can eliminate carbon from our congregational buildings and grounds, and that means the energy to heat and cool our buildings and that we use in our kitchens. And that means electrifying everything. That means replacing some of our current systems with heat pumps, putting on solar. Now, there is a problem because many of our congregations are surrounded by trees, but there are other ways we can bring solar to our congregations on solar canopies. There's also the option of geothermal in many congregations. That it means installing EV chargers in our parking lots. And look, this is a sophisticated crowd. I don't have to tell you that even though EV penetration is still primarily for the wealthy, lower price models are coming. They're coming, folks. So our congregations have to get ready as well and plan for that. So the 25% reduction, we've only got 6 years to achieve it. Just consider that for a moment. It's kind of frightening. How are we going to do it? So let's move to the next. No, go back one slide. Okay. So this is at my own congregation, UU Fairfax. We've already done most of the easy things. We've replaced the lights with LEDs. We've got programmable thermostats. We've got motion detectors. We replaced our windows. Now comes the hard part, putting in a new HVAC system, adding solar, bringing in EV chargers. So there's a lot left to be done, but let's go to the next slide. The good news is there is a tidal wave of federal money coming. We don't know the program details yet about how most of the grants and tax credit programs are going to work. They haven't been released. The IRS is still working on the rules. Is this my hug coming? Okay. My hug. Oh, thank you. I knew it was coming. But look, I want to say that Fairfax County will vote on its bylaws for the first green bank in Virginia soon. It's going to be similar to Montgomery County's green bank. So it's important that your congregations get your plans and projects in place. And Faith Alliance for Climate Solutions can help. Now, here's my advertisement. We were named by Fairfax County to be a climate champion in January to work with the 600-plus congregations in Fairfax County, and we're already working with congregations region-wide. If you want to learn more, go to our website, Faith for Climate, or send an email to info@faithforclimate.org. Can I have another hug?
Thank you, Scott. Can we have next slide, please? There we go, CASA. So I am a great fan of CASA for many reasons, but I particularly wanted to invite them to this event. Marginalized communities suffer the most from climate change, and aligning with established community groups working on climate change is an excellent way for UU congregations to work for environmental justice. CASA is one such group which is working already on climate in Maryland and Virginia. So we have an opportunity here to ally ourselves with a group that covers most of our congregational areas. So I'm going to stop there and invite CASA to come and use the rest of the 6 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. Before I begin, a quick shout out to my two colleagues in the back who were tabling earlier. But my name is Jose Coronado Flores. I work with CASA as a climate research and policy analyst. And though my title is very focused around policy, our entire model is based on what our members say, and we have our ears to the streets as well as to the global immigration crisis. Can I have the next slide, please? So the very first thing I want to do is just tell you all a little bit about CASA. In case you don't know, we're an organization that started in Silver Spring, right next to Langley Park, in the 1960s. Initially, CASA stood for the Central American Solidarity Association, but we have grown to supporting immigrants from all continents of the world. And Initially, we started as a worker center, so workers who were on the corner looking for jobs, which is unsafe. Police didn't like it. Eventually got us some type of sanctuary at our CASA offices. We've grown so much. We have offices in Pennsylvania, Virginia, and even Georgia now. And the roots, over the years, climate justice has become one of our members' priorities. As I mentioned, everything we do is outlined by our members. So we have meetings where they come and they tell us exactly what they want us to fight for. And climate justice every single year is getting higher and higher on the totem pole that they rank. And I would argue that the main reason is simply because the communities, the immigrant communities where our members are coming from, where I am from, I'm from Guatemala, specifically Chiquimula, where my mom is from, the dry corridor, which is one of the areas in the whole world that is experiencing the effects of volatile weather patterns. And many of our members come from right next to this area, or on the Honduras side or the El Salvador side. And they're coming here because food doesn't grow anymore. Their homes have been completely destroyed. There is no insurance if you live in a tribe in the jungle, just to contextualize it all. And then we see it here in the United States when they come to communities that are predominantly low income, and they're the communities where giant highways are put in between residential locations where there are high density apartment complexes, as well as industrial plants and parks. And yeah, that's really the root of why we're in this work. One of the most basic things that we do is call our climate interns. So we have members that they spark. They tell us we're interested in this, and we train them. We give them the scientific knowledge of climate change, how the science of breathing in pollution, being next to industrial parks, and breathing in emissions from public transit. And then they go and they educate their community members as we kind of supplemented them. And then some of the work that we think that you all could be aligned with is maybe helping us advocate. So at the federal level, right now, we are advocating for a temporary protective status for 4 Central American countries. Those countries that I outlined, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, and Nicaragua, which are truly global frontline communities, just due to their proximity to the equator and just being in the tropics. And that's where a lot of our members are coming from. At the state level, I was lucky enough to be in Annapolis this session, organizing CASA members to advocate for policies that address why are industrial parks right next to high-density apartment complexes where poor people, immigrants live. Why? Trying to change these zoning laws and trying to have Maryland think of how we deal with pollution differently. In addition to that, we are working on building electrification and reducing emissions in that way. And I saw that some of the individuals who spoke earlier brought that up because it's critical. We don't even realize how much we burn in our day-to-day living in our homes. It's important to know where your energy is coming from. Worked on the Montgomery County New Buildings Electrification Campaign, the Howard County New Building Electrification Study Campaign, which were some celebration in the back for those victories. And our work just doesn't stop. We're advocating for climate, immigration, intersection justice, housing justice, and truly health justice as well, as I mentioned, just the proximity to power plants, industrial concrete mixing facilities. All of these are right in our backyard, and it's really alarming, as well as big roads. But the last thing I will say is our ask, the strategy that the congregation could see us presenting on is aligning yourself with CASA and what we do, because our ears are really to the street. Thank you all for the time. And last thing, a great panel that was up here. Thank you for that really enriching conversation.
All right. Next slide. Okay, we're way ahead of me. Okay, Jim, it's your turn.
All right. Thank you, Walter. This is my podium extension for tall people. My bike bag also, actually. This is the way I get around.
Maybe you should use this mic.
No, I can bend down here. Yeah, so look at good afternoon, and Last but not least, the bad news is I'm between you and that great vegan lunch out there. The good news, though, and okay, seriousness alert here, this is an opportunity for a tiny glimpse of hunger. It's something that's actually sharply increasing around the world for the last 5 years after a long decline, huge increase. So enter the strategy called planetary overshoot, or confront planetary overshoot. It's not just climate, which actually the ministers introduced really well. So in some ways I want to just say, listen to what they said and I'm done. But I still have a few minutes. I'm, again, Jim Lawrenson, member of Cedar Lane UU, Bethesda, and I had an epiphany about 5 years ago, prompted actually by Walter. It's all your fault, who approached me about starting the Montgomery County Faith Alliance for Climate Solutions. And at the same time, an energy expert at Cedar Lane approached me and said, hey, let's do a science-based way of supporting groups like McFax. So I said, sure, I'm an environmental scientist, I'll do that. So we started something called the Ecosystem Study Group, which is one of the, in your handout, one of the options that we highly recommend having in your own congregation. You're also welcome to join us. It's welcome to everybody. So I'm here mostly to channel the latter, the Ecosystem Study Group, as an option for this strategy to confront the bigger picture. Such a group is essentially the science of the seventh principle, we think, or better yet, the systems thinking principle. It's more than just the environment. And in many ways, it embodies the second and eighth and other principles that in some ways are really the implementation of the seventh principle. All of which to say is why a group like ESG? Well, it's a key option under this strategy. It uses the systems thinking, which again it's a way of making sense of the complexity of the world by looking at its entirety and internal relationships, or these days, everything, everywhere, all at once. Such groups learn to understand the science, learn to recognize the greedy or ignorant greenwashing, the addictive hopium, the just do something-ism, and especially the do nothing doomerism. Second half of the slide, this is our main reason why we need to implement a strategy on planetary overshoot, because our interdependent web is in dire straits. We all know it, and even if not sure, we must imagine what if it's true. This graphic is the Stockholm Resilience Center's 9 planetary boundaries paradigm. I'm obviously not going to go through them all. But I do want to notice 2 things. 6 of those boundaries have already been exceeded. The 7th, ocean acidification, is long overdue as being declared. And climate is only one of these 9. The second graph, okay, I'm definitely over-geeking here. That's what our group does. But I love this graph, and I hate it too because of what it depicts. Very briefly, this is similar to the last one, but temporarily over time. Originally done in the 70s by MIT scientists who are still shouting from the rooftops of our predicament and where we are on that graph. Local scientists, including, in fact, Gary Harrington, if you're watching today, who, by the way, Cedar Lane, better than River Road. No, I'm kidding. She's nearby. She wrote a book. It's open source. You can get it, where basically, as a Harvard graduate student, was basically confirming where we are on this graph, how we're doing, and we're basically still following this business as usual. This is actually the enhanced technology business as usual scenario. So these updates are still on track, and even under this, again, this enhanced thinking. So the bottom line is we live on a finite planet that cannot support an economic system designed around infinite growth of consumption. And so what needs to be done? Some of the ideas are in the handout. obviously too many to go through. There's many groups there that you can look into. There's a recent open letter signed by 11,000 scientists for a shift from GDP growth. Even a recent article in the Patch, 2 high school juniors starting a circular economy initiative. So let's follow the youth. They know what's going on. How we get this done, of course, is the big hurdle. There are lots of ideas on what to do, but how to make them happen is the big question, and we would like to help explore those questions. No worries to kind of catch up to what we've been learning. It only took us 5 years, but we have a lot of information that we're willing to share. You can start your own study group. That's great. Just look for the authors, the work of the authors that are in the handout. One thing we do know, though, even if we don't know how to implement all of this, it's imperative we keep this big picture in mind. We implement the IPCC imperative of rapid, far-reaching, and unprecedented change in all aspects of society. Frame everything we do from minor to major in this context. Take off our blinders frequently, look up, and as you'll see in the last slide, which Abby and Reverend Sissel implied, there we go. Combine this work with a little bit of humor.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, so it's lunchtime. So on your way out to lunch, you'll be asked to place your 3 colored slips of paper into one or more of the 6 boxes. There's one box for each of the action items we've just heard about. You can place all your 3 slips in one box, if that's the only action you want to support, or you can place slips in several baskets. After lunch, we will report the results. Remember, this is your personal choice. You are not voting for your congregation. We just want to get a sense of the people in this room and where your thinking is. At lunch, there will be 6 tables for discussion of the 6 different actions. Feel free to move around to several tables. Lunch is over at 1 p.m., and we will return to the sanctuary for a discussion of possible actions. So we'll see you back here after lunch. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. Good afternoon, everybody. I don't know about you, but that wonderful lunch put me to sleep. So I'm trying to keep my energy up for this last session. So we're going to be starting and having a discussion of the different actions that were listed before lunch. The goal of this session is to help us move toward an agreement on one or more of these action areas, which can be a common focus for you congregations in our area. Now, this is different. Usually we all kind of go our own ways, but it would be really interesting if we could come up with a few areas where we could all work together on stuff. And the plan is that in June, we will organize work groups on some or all of these areas depending on the interest. So be aware that you may be getting more emails and more Zoom-type meetings probably having to do with further action. So I'm going to turn it over to Heidi, who is going to give the results of the voting.
Just a moment, please. I'm Heidi Mordhorst, and I'm the I'm Heidi Mordhorst, and I am with the Earth Ministry here at River Road. I'm the communications lead. I could not have done all the communications without the help of our actual River Road communications person. That's Natalie Schall. She's not here, but hooray for Natalie. She helped me with all of the posters and flyers and things. I also want to acknowledge Eric Goppelrud. I hope I'm saying his last name correctly. He is virtual on the YouTube stream that we are offering to our virtual folks. And what I was doing just now is making sure that I have a sense from them where their priorities lie, because we had a Google form, of course, and it's not working the way I thought it would. So I hope he's going to send me an email shortly, a text, to tell me what those folks are thinking. And I also want to make sure we acknowledge Doris Marlin from the All Souls congregation. She was going to be our moderator and probably do a much better job with this part of the afternoon, but she got sick. Still, she drove downtown and got our vegan wrap, so thank you, Doris. I hope you're feeling better, Doris. Who else? Well, Walter Weiss is one co-chair of our Earth Ministry here, and the other is Bruce Davis. Bruce, give a wave, because he was not able to help us much with this event, but he has done so much for our group, and we are so delighted to have had all of you here. Yeah, we have at least 12 congregations represented here today, and I think it's many more, and we have folks online as well. So thank you, everybody. So there's a mic here in the middle, and if you would like to make a comment, and I'll say what kind of comments would be fitting at this time, you can line up over here. We're going to give everybody about 2 minutes to speak and no more. And the idea here is for you to add any new information or thinking to the ideas that that have already been shared. I think it's not really lobbying for your choice of strategy so much as sharing what we might need to consider as we try to settle on a few joint actions that we could all undertake together. And, you know, the ministers talked about this earlier. It can be a little lonely, it can be a little overwhelming, we can feel a little sense of panic because there's so much that needs to be done. It's not wrong to say everything everywhere all at once, and yet, for our own spiritual sanity and resilience, choosing some focus actions, I think, will be helpful, and that's the idea here. So I'm going to tell you how the voting went. It was interesting. We had 3 strategies that got 40 slips, 40 votes in the area of 40. So the highest was 47 for our strategy of lobbying and advocating our local and regional legislative bodies in a coordinated way, even when the climate action plans for individual jurisdictions might vary a little bit. Next, we had 46 votes for our environmental justice strategy, in which we decide to ally with an organization that represents an at-risk community. And it seems to me like CASA would be a very good choice for that. So we're really glad that they could come today, and the discussion of the ministers in how we enact that allyship is really important to keep in mind. 41 went to our default plant-based food strategy. So those are the 3 areas where most of our energy lies currently. And then next, we had 26 votes for our reducing emissions in our own congregational facilities and grounds. We had 23 votes for our spiritual focus for 1 year to start with, and we had 22 votes for the confronting planetary overshoot strategy. So that gives you an idea of what we're all feeling here today, and your comments can reflect on those and add to them. At the end of the discussion period, I believe we'll go a little past 2, everyone. Hope that's okay. Also understand if you need to leave. At the end of the discussion period, there are 6 large and beautiful posters back there. After you've taken some time to reflect, thought about your own energies, your own commitments, the direction your own congregation might be going in and how you could influence that, we're going to ask you to stand up and do what we call in elementary school, vote with your body. You're going to walk over to one of those charts and you're going to sign your name as a sort of public commitment to join us in this work. And as Walter said, we have a first sort of convening meeting planned for June, and then we'll all be getting together more formally in September to see how we're doing with whatever the strategies are that we have selected. So if anyone would like to step up and add something that we need to think about, you are very welcome, and the virtual people ask you to speak loudly into the microphone. I forgot to mention Donaby. Here she comes. Donaby made all those nice boxes that we put our slips in, and she made many other contributions to our day today. Thank you, Donaby.
Arts and crafts, I don't know. I just had sort of 2 points of information. when being on the planning team, I was seeing what congregations were coming from what counties, and just it inspired me to look online and see what counties were doing in terms of climate action plans. And I was pleased to see that I think every county that's represented here has a climate action plan, that, you know, their county government. And I did look, I didn't read all 12 or 13 in any detail, but I did scan a little bit, and they vary quite a bit. There's some that are very detailed, and there's some that are not so detailed. There's one that really is just a land use plan, not really a climate action plan. So, looking at all these different climate action plans and where they're good and where they're not good, and you know, that could be something that would you know, that we could do all together, you know, kind of. So there's that one point of information, just a point of information. Another point of information, and I don't know about the other counties, but Montgomery County has the demographics. Last I looked was 17% of our population in Montgomery County is Latino, Latinx, however you want to say that, but just pieces of information.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janice Morse from the UUCA Church, the one in Arlington, not Annapolis. And I actually was having lunch with the people from Annapolis and found out that they are already moving forward with their solar panels, and brought up the Inflation Reduction Act. And I'm just wondering how urgent it is for us, if we want to be a part of that, that has to be sort of a #1 priority for everybody now, in order to be able to take advantage of that federal money. So I'm not an expert on it, but I know our group has talked about it. So I'm just putting that forward as that might impact, you know, how we have to jump on that this year, as opposed to later on, fixing up our own churches. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm seeing that Walter is taking notes about the comments. Thank you for that. Maybe you are too. And that also reminds me that at 2 o'clock, or when we finish, there is another opportunity for a tour with Walter, who is, among all the other things he does, the principal gardener at our River Road Garden. So he would like to show you around out there at the close today. Come on. Yes, thanks, Walter. Come on up.
Thanks, Heidi. Mickey Goldberg with UUCA, the other CA congregation. And I wanted to thank River Road very much for having this convocation today. It's really important. I do think that it's going to be challenging, to coordinate people over the summer, because I don't know about you guys, but our congregation tends to flit away in the summertime, but we'll see what we can do. I think it would be really relevant for this group to get very aggressive about finding out what our candidates who are about to be running for state, local, national offices, how they stand on the environment. We need to get them to be vocal about it and fess up and examine voting records and make this a very public thing so that people become aware of where candidates stand. We ran into trouble with our young people and Biden. They don't seem to realize the nature of why he's approving leasing. Is this something that we need to maybe clarify with people, that the environment must be protected, of course, and world order must also be protected. So we're in it's a very gray area that I think that it would be worthwhile. So that we're bringing along our young people, along with the candidates who are going to be best for the cause. Thanks.
Anyone else have something to add?
Hi, Scott Peterson again. Faith Alliance for Climate Solutions is holding monthly webinars for people who might be interested in learning how to reduce and eliminate carbon from your congregation. The next one is on, what is it? It's on a transit and it's on transit. But anyways, if you go to the website, faithforclimate.org, you'll find out more. These have been very well attended already by congregations throughout the region.
Thank you, Scott. No, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Laura Deli, and I attend All Souls, but I am a Virginia resident. And I know that the Virginia Conservation Network produces in August a report on how all of our legislators in the state General Assembly voted. So Maryland might have a similar organization, but it's a beautiful report, and it really gives you the breakdown who's a champion and, you know, who's a dirty dog and all that kind of thing. So, and it's useful if you, I think it would be useful to visit your legislator before August, so you can look at last year's report, because a lot of the legislators continue in the same vein for decades.
Thank you. In school, we call this wait time.
So I just have an observation to make on the plant-based food policy. I remember when we had a discussion of this at River Road, one of our ministers noted that wording like strongly encouraged to bring dishes free of animal products, that we need to be respectful of the foodways traditions if we want to be, truly open and welcoming to people of all, diverse backgrounds. We need to recognize that some diverse backgrounds have foodways that includes, grandma's meat sauce or whatever. So I would just urge the appropriate balance in considering the benefits of allowing people to choose their own foodways versus the benefits of advocating for plant-based food. Thank you.
Bob Denniston from UU Church of Arlington. What Janice mentioned, other people mentioned about funding. There's an upcoming webinar by Create Climate Justice. It's May 17, IRA funds and UUs, funding clean energy and climate solutions info session with UUA Executive Vice President Carrie McDonald. So that's on the UUA website. I think IPL and the UUA are sponsoring that. So that should be a good information session as the information drifts down from the federal bureaucracy to how people can apply for funds. So this looks like it might be very interesting for those of us who are interested in applying for funds to help our churches become more climate justice oriented. April. May 17. May 17. UUA and IPL. Okay, Phil, I'll send that around.
The mention of IPL reminds me that we should give a shout out to Joelle if she's still here. Interfaith Power and Light supports congregations all over the place, not just UU congregations, but all kinds of faith communities, and that's a shed load of work, Joelle. Thank you very much. Okay. Last chance. So what we would like to do next is give you a little time to reflect, and then ask you to go and sign your name on at least one of the big posters at the back. And when you do that, what you are saying is that when we convene working groups to plan and take action on that particular area as a body of UU congregations in the region, that you're going to be there for the work. Our planning team is not in charge anymore after today. Instead, you who sign your name on the poster that you feel most passionate about, you are going to be showing up to work using our democratic process and all your skills and talents, whatever they may be, to lead all of us down the path that we've chosen. And if there is a poster that only has 2 names on it, maybe we're not doing that one right now. It doesn't mean it's not important. It doesn't mean we're not doing it ever. It just means that for right now and for what I keep calling my spiritual sanity, we're going to focus on the ones that do have plenty of names so that the work can be shared and we can be the opposite of lonely and overwhelmed. Before I ask you to guess, Nancy, please.
I am Nancy Coran, and I'm a member here. And I wanted to share something that's very practical in nature, a very low-tech way to reduce the carbon in your congregations, and it kind of dovetails with the landscaping. And this is a program that was certainly not new, but Chesapeake Climate Action Network had a special program to cut off invasive vines that were choking trees in Tacoma Park. And they had a specialist who was a specialist in invasive vines. And every Saturday, he would have a little group. He would lead whoever signed up. And they would go through Tacoma Park, and he had special little tools and he would show you how to do this. And this is a very practical, hands-on thing that can be taken back to everybody's parish and can provide a group activity that's also good for families and certainly teenagers. So I just toss that out there.
Thank you, Nancy. And while you were talking, someone who's participating virtually had this to say about our food default plant-based food policy strategy. The concern is that in a rural congregation, there might be many small farmers who are part of the congregation or in the community, and they would resist prohibitions of animal products in congregational policy, possibly, because it impacts their livelihood. So that is shared. Okay. Before you get up to go and vote with your body, so that we know what direction we're going to go in over the next 6 months to a year, I have a poem for you. It's by our U.S. Poet Laureate, Ada Limon. It's called Instructions on Not Giving Up. More than the fuchsia funnels breaking out of the crabapple tree, more than the neighbor's almost obscene display of cherry limbs shoving their cotton candy-colored blossoms to the slate sky of spring rains, it's the greening of the trees that really gets to me. When all the shock of white and taffy, the world's baubles and trinkets leave the pavement strewn with the confetti of aftermath, the leaves come. Patient, plodding, a green skin growing over whatever winter did to us, a return to the strange idea of continuous living despite the mess of us, the hurt, the empty. Fine then, I'll take it, the tree seems to say, a new slick leaf unfurling like a fist to an open palm. I'll take it all. Go make your commitment to our work together. Try not to fight over the markers. And then come and sit back down because we have a closing with Reverend Aileen, some singing that we can do together to move us forward.
This is great. I've never had a chance to do the bell. All right, everybody, let's get back to seats. We have just a little bit of business to finish up with. And just another reminder, I have the great exciting task of emptying our compost bin after the event. So I'm going to go out right afterwards and go down to the compost bin and can show it off, and which is right next to the vegetable garden. So have a little tour of that too. We're meet out in the plaza on the front.
I just wanted to thank you all. I'm Reverend Aileen Fitzke again from the UU Congregation of Sterling. And I want to thank all of you for being here today. But two people I especially want to thank are Heidi, who held all the details in her head and made this day happen. And Loretta, who made food happen in a wonderful way. Are you here, Loretta? Where's Loretta? She just made amazing food things happen today, so I just wanted to make sure she gets a thank you.
And while you are thanking those people, I have to make sure that we also thank the folks who are pulling off the AV for our virtual participants. That's Dave and Marcia, Leonard and Ajay, and they have given of themselves to make this beautiful and recorded so that we can return to it. You will receive information.
So let's just center. Loving Spirit of creation, you have brought us all here together to look at climate from so many different perspectives. And remember that it's not one thing. There is never just one solution. There is an intersection of advocacy and spirituality and emissions and science and spirituality and all the things that bring us together. There's never just one solution, and there's never just one way of looking at things. There's a million ways, and all of us can contribute in ways that make the climate justice movement a successful, holistic, beautiful, joyful movement for all of us, for all people. And I brought this final prayer, which I think was very interesting. I got it, it was from the United Nations Interfaith Sabbath from 1990. And I just read it and I thought, oh, well, we still have work to do. That was 33 years ago, the Interfaith Sabbath for the Climate, 1990. So I just wanted to share a piece of that with you. And it's a litany. And so I'll just say something, and the response is, we join with the earth and with each other. We join with the earth and with each other to bring new life to the land, to restore the waters, to refresh the air. We join with the earth and with each other to renew the forests, to care for the plants, to protect the creatures. We join with the earth and with each other to celebrate the seas, to rejoice the sunlight, to sing the song of the stars. We join with the earth and with each other to recall our destiny, to renew our spirits, to reinvigorate our bodies. We join with the earth and with each other, and to create human community that promotes justice, peace, and to remember our children. We join with the earth and with each other. Amen, and blessed be. And now we have a special musical ending to our day.
And there's a slide to help you join in. We're just going to have an invigorating chant to send us out.
You made a slide.
Yes.
Wow, she made a slide.
I did. I did.
So join in as you, chants are made to be simple and to be repetitive, so join in at any point, so.
All right.
Do we have a
And
slide?
there it is. Give us a note. I always start too high.
Our hands will work for peace and justice. Our hands will work to heal the land. Gather round good hearts and true. Together we have work to do. Our hands will work for peace and justice. Our hands will work to heal the land. Gather round good hearts and true. Together we have work to do. Our hands will work for peace and justice. Our hands will work to heal the land. Gather round good hearts and true. Together we have work to do.
That was a good ending. That felt right. Thank you, everyone. See you soon, one way or another. You're welcome. Don't forget the garden with Walter. Follow the hat.
Hey, Tricia. Yeah, so I had to start the list.